I'm going to move on a second to call the meeting to order. Moved by Councillor Peter Kistemaker, second by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that we do call this regular meeting of council to order on Wednesday, May 31st, 2023 at 6:01 p.m. And if there's no objection, we'll continue. Councillor Belinda Kistemaker, if you could do our land acknowledgement, please.
The Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne would like to begin by respectfully acknowledging that the land on which we gather here today is the Treaty 9, 1905-1906 territory, the traditional lands of Indigenous peoples. As we work towards reconciliation, may we all live with respect on this land and live in peace and friendship with all its diverse peoples.
Thank you, Councillor Kistemaker. So review and note of any changes to the agenda. There are none, so we have the agenda as presented. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Dragos-Stefanik, second by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that council does hereby approve the agenda as presented. And if there's no objection, we'll continue. Item number 5 is disclosure of pecuniary interest, general nature thereof, and declaration of conflict of interest. Council, you can do that now or at any time throughout the meeting if such a situation arises. And I have no documentation right now. Our next item is adoption of the minutes. If I can get a mover and a seconder for the May 17th regular meeting. Moved by Councillor Peter Kistemaker, second by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby adopt the minutes of the regular meeting of council held on Wednesday, May 17th, 2023 as distributed. Any comment or note to those minutes? There being none, I put them to a vote. Those in favor? And that's carried and opposed. 7, business arising from the minutes. There being none. 8, we move on to deputation, presentations, tender awards, and open discussion. So tonight we do have a presentation. We have the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation joining us virtually, and Judy Sauder is with us. And can you turn your camera on? There we go. Nice to see you, Judy, and coming to Hornepayne virtually.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thanks so much for having me here tonight. I'm Judy Sauder, and I'm an account manager with the Municipal and Stakeholder Relations team at MPAC. I work closely with the municipalities in the Algoma District. I look forward to working with you throughout 2023 and during your council term. Whether you're new to council or a seasoned elected official, please know that we're here to help and we're here to answer any questions that you may have. So I'd like to kick things off with a 3-minute video that describes how your property taxes are calculated based on your property assessment.
Property taxes are based on your home's value. What you might not know is that an increase in your home's value doesn't necessarily mean your taxes will go up. To explain, let's take a look at how your property taxes are calculated. Imagine there's a town that only has 3 homes, and they're each worth a different amount. The total cost to provide all of the town's services is $1,200. This is collected through property taxes. Each homeowner pays property taxes based on their home's assessed value. So we take the total cost of services and divide it by the total property value. This tax rate is applied to all the houses to get enough money to pay for the town's services. Each homeowner pays according to the assessed value of their home. And every 4 years, the houses are reassessed. Let's say all 3 properties have gone up equally in value. The total cost of services hasn't changed, but the total property value has increased. When this happens, there will be a decrease in the tax rate. Now, when we apply that new rate on all the homes, everyone still pays the same. Now, let's say another 4 years has gone by, and these homes are reassessed. During this time, the house on the right gains more market value than the other 2. The total value of all the homes have increased, which means the town has to calculate a new tax rate. With this new tax rate, the first 2 homes will actually pay less than the home on the right that was reassessed at a higher value. Since the cost of services hasn't changed, the town doesn't need to collect more property taxes on the whole. However, since property taxes are based on a home's value, taxes for each individual home could potentially go up or down based on the rest of the homes. So, what happens when the cost to provide services goes up? Well, it means more property taxes need to be collected from every home, and a new tax rate is calculated. To get the new rate, we take that amount that the town now needs and divide it by all of the property values. The new rate is applied to all the homes, and now everyone has to pay the new tax amount to continue to fund the town's services. So, let's review. 1. Property taxes are based on the assessed value of a home. If all assessments go up equally, everyone pays the same. 2. If all assessments do not go up equally, there's a redistribution of the tax. 3. If the town's cost to provide services increases, the municipality may choose to increase the tax rate. When this happens, everyone pays their share of that increase. And that explains the relationship between property value and property taxes.
Sorry about this. Go-to meeting is in the way. Here we go. There we go. All right. So that video is just one part of our strategy to help educate property owners on the relationship between property assessment and taxation. You can find it on our website, and it was also shared in the municipal toolkit we provided last fall. It can help you to mitigate misinformation and to provide support and resources to property owners. So at MPAC, we're Ontario's property experts. Our job is to assess and classify more than 5.5 million properties across Ontario, which is a combined value of more than $3 trillion. In 2022, we added more than $37 billion to Ontario's assessment rolls, which includes approximately $497 million here in Northeastern Ontario. Every municipality uses our assessments to make informed decisions about their community, including the distribution of property taxes. Ontario's property tax system and these assessments generate approximately $30 billion in tax revenue annually. Ontario's property assessment and taxation system has 4 key players. Each has a different role and interest in the process. The provincial government, specifically the Ministry of Finance, is responsible for setting assessment and taxation legislation as well as policies. They also determine the education property tax rate. Additionally, the independent body that adjudicates appeals of MPAC's assessed values is called the Assessment Review Board, or ARB, which also falls under the jurisdiction of the province. MPAC is an independent, not-for-profit corporation funded by all Ontario municipalities. As discussed on the previous slide, our role is to accurately assess and classify all properties in Ontario. We do this in compliance with the Assessment Act and regulations set by the Government of Ontario. We're accountable to the province, municipalities, and property taxpayers of Ontario through a board of directors that's comprised of provincial, municipal, and taxpayer representatives that's appointed by the Minister of Finance. Municipalities determine their budget requirements, set tax rates, and collect property taxes to pay for municipal services such as roads, recreation, police, fire, and water in compliance with the Municipal Act and other legislation. And municipalities use MPAC's assessments and their own established tax rates to distribute their tax requirement to ratepayers. Finally, the property owners pay the property tax bill and help to set the market value through ongoing property purchases and sales. Monitoring the market and assessing newly built and renovated properties are things we do every day to keep our data current. We also periodically update every single property assessment in Ontario based on the same legislated valuation date, and we call this an assessment update or reassessment. The valuation date for the most recent assessment update, which took effect in 2017, is January 1st, 2016. This is when we determined what every single property in Ontario could have reasonably sold for in its current state and condition at a particular point in time. Regular revaluation of properties ensures that assessments stay up to date and that similar properties of similar value in the same municipality pay similar property taxes. Provincial legislation determines when MPAC conducts each province-wide assessment update, and sets the valuation date for each update cycle. So this slide explains what happens when an assessment update is called. It shows the link between a chosen valuation date, the mailing of the MPAC property assessment notice, and the phase-in, which is bringing the new assessed value of the property into effect over a 4-year period. The phase-in program was introduced by the province to provide an additional level of property tax stability and predictability. When properties experience a market increase in assessed value between assessment updates, the increase is phased in gradually over 4 years. So for example, if your assessment value went from $100,000 to $200,000, that's a difference of $100,000. And so in year 1, you'd see $125,000, year 2 would be $150,000, year 3 would be $175,000, and then finally in year 4, you'd see that fully phased in about $200,000. Assessment decreases, on the other hand, are applied in year 1 of the cycle. So if your assessed value went from $200,000 to $150,000, that's a decrease of $50,000, and you'd see that $150,000 across the board for each of the 4 years. Due to the pandemic, the scheduled 2020 reassessment was postponed by the provincial government to provide certainty and stability to Ontarians and to enable municipalities to focus on responding to the associated challenges. As a result, property assessments continue to be based on the legislated valuation date of January 1st, 2016, and will continue to be based on that date for the 2023 taxation year. This shouldn't have a negative financial impact on municipalities, as MPAC continues to maintain and update the assessment roll to reflect changes such as new construction and improvements to a property. For new buildings or structures, MPAC determines a value as of January 1st, 2016 to ensure equity when comparing to existing properties. When the next assessment update is announced, we'll engage with you and have those meaningful conversations about what that means for your community, and we'll provide the support that you need. Although the assessment update remains paused, our work continues to keep property data up to date, and MPAC remains in a strong position to deliver the next province-wide reassessment. Maintaining Ontario's property database includes inspecting and assessing new construction, additions, and renovations promptly, responding to property owner inquiries, and working to help them understand their assessment, processing severances and consolidations, supporting municipalities through working with staff on any day-to-day inquiries, working collaboratively on projects that are important to municipalities like digital building permitting, and offering Municipal Connect, which is an online platform where municipal staff can find assessment-related information. We have important statutory duties such as handling requests for reconsiderations and appeals, and maintaining people data by tracking school support. I want to emphasize the importance of MPAC's role in the building permit process. A lot of property owners and municipalities will ask how MPAC draws our attention to property, given there's 5.5 million across the province. So our attention is normally drawn by triggers that help us to prioritize our work, such as a market sale, a request from a municipality or a property owner, a request for reconsideration or an appeal, or through building permit activity, because building permits tell us that there's been changes made, and it also gives us an opportunity to verify that all the information of that property is correct. MPAC's role is to take building permits and plans and turn them into new assessment. Our municipal stakeholders rely on MPAC assessments to levy property tax. So the sooner MPAC can deliver that new assessment, the sooner the municipal stakeholders can realize that new revenue. We process about 300,000 building permits each year, and we're the only organization in Ontario with a full data set of building permits. This allows us to have a unique perspective and modernize the collection process where possible. This data also allows us to gain insights into what's happening across the province. For example, in 2021, over 48,000 new residential homes were constructed. In Ontario, there are 3 industry-wide standardized approaches to valuing properties. In the direct comparison approach, recent sales of comparable properties are analyzed to provide an indication of value. So residential properties would fall under this approach. For the income approach, value is based on the ability of a landlord to earn rental income from the property. This method requires a detailed analysis of the property owner's income expenses, both for the property being valued and for other similar properties, to determine how much income a property could be expected to generate if sold on the open market. And the cost approach is used when a property type is unique and rarely sold on the open market. In these cases, we can't rely on either the direct comparison or the income approaches to determine its current value due to a lack of data. When we're looking at the valuation of a residential home, although our analysis tool considers over 200 factors, the above 5 factors make up approximately 85% of a typical home's value. These include location, lot dimensions, the quality of construction of the home, the exterior square footage, and the age of the property, which gets adjusted for any major renovations or additions that have occurred. After we assess a property or change an assessment, a property assessment notice is mailed to the property owner. And sometimes property owners don't agree with our assessed value. They might connect with you and let you know that they disagree with our assessment, but it's important to remember that property assessments are not taxation. If you do get an inquiry, you could help us by asking the property owner a few questions. So number 1, could they have sold their property on January 1st, 2016 for the assessed value? Number 2, did they visit About My Property? So this is an online tool where property owners can review the information the MPAC has on file regarding their property to ensure that it's correct. Number 3, did they use About My Property to conduct a comparable research on assessment values in their area? So not only can they see their own information, but they can also see information about other properties so that they can compare it against their own. And finally, number 4, if a property owner still disagrees with their assessment, they have the option to file a request for reconsideration and we'll review it free of charge. There's also an ability to file an appeal with the Assessment Review Board. The fastest way for a property owner to start a review is by filing the request for reconsideration through About My Property. But property owners can also file on the MPAC website. I'd like to spend a moment to address the relationship between property taxes and assessment. As you can see here, for property taxpayers, the calculation is reasonably straightforward. Assessment times tax rate equals the taxes paid. So assessments distribute taxes. They don't determine the taxes paid. The overall amount municipalities must collect in taxes is based on how much you need to spend for your services. And MPAC's assessments help you to distribute that amount. When a province-wide assessment update occurs, the most important factor is not how much the assessed value of a property has changed, but rather how that assessed value has changed relative to the average change in the class in that community. So let's take a closer look at just how assessment changes affect property taxes. This slide reiterates what was explained in the video I showed at the beginning of the presentation. Assume that the municipality hasn't increased the amount of money they need to operate. When assessments increase at the same rate as other properties in their class, for example, if all residential assessments increase by a consistent 25%, there should be no change to an individual's property taxes because everyone's assessment went up by the same percentage and the municipality requires the same amount to operate. So this is what's happening now. All properties are increasing by 0%, and so any increases in taxes are due to increased spending in the municipality. If a property's value increases by less than the average increase in the tax class, in this case only 20% rather than the average 25%, then the property owner should see a decrease in their taxes. And lastly, if a property assessment increases more than other properties in their class, for example, 30% rather than the average 25%, the property owner would see an increase in their taxes even if the budget remains the same. It's important that we stay connected, especially before an assessment update is announced. If you haven't already, please make sure to visit our website and subscribe to MPAC's monthly newsletter, In Touch. As I mentioned before, we also have a great toolkit of resources available online, or reach out to me anytime if you have any questions. Thanks again for having me here today.
Thank you, Judy, for your presentation. And I'll open up the floor to council if they have any questions at this time. Do we have any questions from council? Councillor Shedeman, are you good? Okay, well that you got off easy, Judy.
Thank
For
you.
your, is this, I think this is your first appearance in Hornepayne, is it not?
It is, yes. I started back in November in this position.
Right, right. Well, congratulations. We're glad to have you. And I hear you're going to try and make your way up here in person eventually.
I will, yes. I'm hoping this summer sometime.
Okay, great, great. Well, you got off easy tonight on questions, but I'm sure the public may have some when we do that
Okay.
presentation, and we look forward to it. So thank you so much for coming to Hornepayne.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
Bye for now.
Bye.
Okay, if I can get a mover and a seconder to acknowledge receipt. Moved by Councillor Peter Kistemaker, second by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby acknowledge receipt of the new council MPAC 101 overview as provided by the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation, MPAC. Those in favor? And that is carried. None opposed. Okay, we're moving on to 8.2, and this is a continuation of our council deliberations on the 2023 draft municipal budget. Is there any comments or questions or that Melissa wanted to add? No. Okay. Okay, we did the 2023 draft municipal budget that was presented to us on the 24th of April. Wasn't included in the documents on the 17th or tonight. So it was emailed to you, but it has been on the township website since the 25th of April. And so I do have a couple questions just to clarify. First of all, the township draft municipal budget presentation that is included, was that the notes from the presentation?
Yeah, that was all my speaking notes.
This is speaking notes, okay. Because this wasn't formally presented, like we didn't see these on the screen at all, right?
No.
Okay. And were these shared? Are these the notes that you shared with us in the email after?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so we stopped deliberations last meeting at key items for council's consideration. I'm using the presentation notes pages. I'm not sure what council is on, because it's pages 56. Just a second, I'll get them now. Pages 56 to 58 out of the draft budget. Okay, in our past deliberations, we did talk about the 4% increase. And I thought that we had agreed on that. And then we have some other further considerations, but I want to just refresh so that we're all on the same page when we're moving forward. So first of all, we're on pages 56 to 58 of the draft budget, or on pages
78. It starts for me.
Thank you. On 78. Through to page 89, or sorry, 83. Councillor Sheneman, are you on, are you using the presentation or the draft budget? I'm sorry, you're on mute, Councillor.
Presentation, thank you.
Okay, so we're on the presentation and we have the rest of council on the presentation then? Okay, great, that's what I'll use then. Okay, so for the page 78, the 4% increase includes the items that are on page 78 and 79 and page 80. They're already included within that 4% increase. And we are aware that the 4% increase, and we're taking the tax levy amount out of our tax levy because it's actually a 7.5% increase. And if I get anything wrong here, can the treasurer step in to ensure that I'm getting it right? Okay. And I'm not trying to, it's just very difficult to turn around, okay? So I'll look to Eileen. Okay, so, and then in discussion with the treasurer for our agenda meeting, preparing for this, it was discussed of possibly moving backwards after to page 82, and moving backwards through the bullets because there's bigger amounts. And that's how we had discussed it in the preparation of the agenda. So the first bullet is the township's contribution for the Third Avenue Water Project. So right now our commitment is just under $500,000. But we had discussed about replacing the water infrastructure as well. That wasn't originally included. So that's so that would put our total commitment just under 1.5 million, sorry.
Sewer.
Oh, what did I say?
Water.
Oh, sorry. So the it would replace the wastewater, right? Okay. And so basically we're giving direction of how we want to fund this. And I looked at council first for comment. Councillor Stefanik, go ahead.
Yeah, through mayor to the treasurer, what would be a recommendation? Let's say you're the treasurer, I'm not.
We have it in the budget right now as a long-term one.
I just want to confirm that. Thank you.
And I have a question. Was there research done on other ways that we could fund it?
No, it was not.
No? Okay. And when do we have to have the decision made to fund, how we're gonna fund the project?
Um, So for the 2023 budget, we have $200,000 that we need for our portion, so we're good for this year. We have money in the ISIP formula component as well as NORS. So for 2023, we're good. 2024, I believe we will need more.
Okay, and we did discuss too about loans coming due, or they'll be finished. One is coming in 2026 and 2028, which alleviates some of our pressure. And that this this particular project can go out to, was it 2027?
Yeah, the funding agreement ends in 2027.
It has to be the project has to be completed by the end of 2027?
Yeah.
Okay. So my consideration to council, if there's any further comments, and then I think we should get a full report on different ways we can fund this. I don't think that just going after a loan is the way to go. And if we have some time and we're covered for 2024, and look at different varieties, like how are other communities paying for it? What are they doing? Do we need to put some pressure on the government to give us more funding? I did ask, because we're already stacking on this. And if there's opportunity to stack further, can we get more funds that way?
Yeah, I agree.
Agreed?
Yeah.
I just don't think we have enough information to make that decision for a $1.5 million loan. Okay, Councillor Drago?
Yeah, through you, Mayor, I agree 100% with your comment. However, I don't want to do this piecemeal as we've been doing here 30-some years, 35 years. This project has to be 100%, 0 to 100% done. Whatever the term, long term, whatever we find, let's do it properly. Let's not do it piecemeal. Do that paving, then we'll take it out, we'll put the infrastructure below. We gotta do it right, or don't do it at all. That's why I stand on this one. That's why you're gonna work.
Yeah, I agree with you, Drago. It's like if we're gonna do the top and then we're not doing all of the bottom, like that's why we discussed it, right?
And that's why they're having you as it is.
Yeah.
That's a good prime example. Thank you.
But at the same time, let's get it done so that we're not strapping our community and using all of our funds, right?
I agree.
So that we can use it wisely, and if we have some time, we can figure that out. And just a final question on that for the treasurer. For the funds that we have for the current year of 2023, do we have to take, do we have any way that we can extend a loan out? Like, can we, because I know if we apply for Ontario infrastructure, we only get interest on what we're charged for. So my question is there value in keeping the cash on hand and then applying for the loan, and we only use what we need?
Well, with the two grants that we're stacking, we have to, as the years give it to us, as they give it to us year by year, we're only allowed to hold it for 5 years. So we have been holding it for quite some time now, and we've already indicated to the government that this is the project that we're spending on.
Okay, that's the actual funds that are in the account you're talking about, like the funds that we have available this year for the project.
Yes.
And we've been holding those funds for
Yes.
quite some time. Okay. And they have been earmarked.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so we're looking for a fulsome report on that item. And then we can, I think for just the sake of tonight's meeting, because it's a pretty heavy meeting, I would say that we bring that item back. So exactly what council would like to see in that report. If that's suitable for council. Okay. Okay, we have the next item up is, the application to the FMC Municipal Green Fund or Green Municipal Fund. And this is talking about the arena and curling club plant surfaces. Any questions on this right now for the treasurer? Okay, my understanding is that if we go through and with the energy audit, that there's possibilities that we might be able to save money if we were to work with a company to do the replacements of the curling club and arena infrastructure, that it wouldn't come out to 1.3 million. Is that correct?
Sorry. Oh, I'm gonna see if Stacy can answer that one.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm just.
Can you just clarify your question, Sharon?
That here it's saying that our total fund would be 1.3 million, like we'd have a grant portion of that. But is there further savings if we are to work with a company that does the heat capture?
So the company that is in the energy audit is Cisco, and Cisco is our provider at the arena right now. So they made the recommendations in the energy audit, and there would be significant savings if we did spend that money in the operation budget, and it would be paid off in, I think, 5.4 years.
Just with the energy saved, yeah, it's worth it.
So this doesn't, so this 1.3 million then, are you saying that it wouldn't increase our budget then? It would, our budget would stay the same as current?
Well, it would over time, because we would save money. We'd have to put that capital expense out, and then it would be paid off in 5.4 years, and I can't remember the cost savings per year in the operation budget.
Okay, so we need to know what it would be the increase per year for us.
Could we take, oh, sorry,
Go ahead, Councilor.
could we take, Stacy, could we take a separate loan or something to pay the difference? Because I talked to Dwayne about that compressor, it makes a lot of sense. And then the money we're saving, we can actually apply that to the payments and it'd almost be a wash at the end. And it won't affect our operating budget, but like the 3.2, whatever. Do a separate loan just for that system, and then if it's 5.4 years, we amortize it over 6 years. That savings that we're gonna pay out anyways, we'll make the payments, and we're, at the end of 6 years, it didn't cost us anything, and we're ahead from there on in.
That makes total sense. I just want to clarify that in the discussion point, we're talking about applying to the FCM Green Fund, and we wouldn't just apply for that piece of equipment. We would apply, it would be for the building, and we would have to do a monitoring piece first and the feasibility study. We could include other municipal buildings, so this would be a cost that we could put in FCM funding grant, but this isn't, we couldn't just go for this one piece of equipment standalone.
Okay, so I think for this, is there any further questions on this right now? I do think we need a fuller report of exactly what the FCM municipal fund and how it'll work, and a yearly breakdown. And then those things too, I think there is some funds available for the feasibility study that would need to happen.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So, and there's no pressure to have this done immediately. This is more future planning as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
That would have to be released from the ISM scope first, so we do have some time for sure.
Okay, so we need to figure out how that will work, the steps to, for the fund. And then how it will break down each year and what effect it'll have to our budget each year. Because although it looks like 1.3 is it's a substantial number, it might break down quite nicely where we can actually afford it. And that would be the phase 2 of our arena plan, right? That's what we're talking about?
Correct.
Okay. Any further questions on that? Yes, go ahead, Councilor Stefanik.
Thank you. In the report that you resubmit, I'd like to see what the actual savings will be, even though it's hypothetical per year with this new system. No, that's really crucial to me. Say, hypothetically, it costs 100,000 for hardware right now. What would the hardware be hypothetically in 2024, this was in place? So that's really crucial when you make a decision on 1.3 million. Number 2, what's the rate of return? We spent the other 1,300,000. How fast are we going to recoup the money that we actually spent on that particular project? That's also crucial. Will it be 10 years? Will it be 6? Will it be 20? That has to be pretty concrete. I mean, and people that do the engineers, they know that they can consult. That's really crucial to make a decision, in my view, on 1.3 million.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's a further, the fund that Stacy's talking about and alluded to, that it's a more, they assess all the buildings, like it's wider than just the arena, so we'll have further decisions out coming, I'm sure. So I'll leave that portion with staff, and then we can, whatever information that you need from council, we can bring it back. You can get that information from council for those reports, and even with the other one, if there might be a lot of questions that you need or direction for those. Okay, our next item is the additional long-term loan for the arenas portion of the expansion project. And our portion of that is 1.3. And currently, how are we funding this when we applied?
Long-term loan.
Long-term loan, okay. Did we investigate at that time of any other further ways to pay for it?
So that's what we put in the grant application, that we would, fund our portion for the long-term loan.
Okay. Is there anything stopping us, if it's in the grant application, from funding it in any other way?
With the eyes that we've already went to them with questions about stacking, so we cannot stack any provincial or federal funds with the ISA grant. The municipality, we could get through private investment is a potential,
Okay,
and long-term loan.
so anything that we can take down of that just under 1.3 through, say, donations or sponsorship or anything like that, we can, and then we can fund the rest? Is that acceptable?
I think so.
Okay. I know when passed on at this table, we've talked about fundraising for that part of the arena, and we've never really solidified that. I did put it in my budget notes as well. And I've said this before, I think it's going to be a lot easier to fundraise for an arena than a water upgrade. So, yeah.
I think the sponsorship there would be, I think that would be accepted. I think that might get a couple of companies that would donate a fair amount, I would think.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and I think too, like I know for myself personally, I would donate if, I know in some communities it's a tree and then the leaves are on the tree. I know the pool, beautiful pool in Elliott Lake, they have fish swimming along their wall, and it's different sponsorships by the different color or different kind maybe of fish or something. I can't remember now, but it was a beautiful art piece that they added to their facility. So we could possibly look at something like that. And what would staff need for that to happen?
Oh, the treasurer can speak to this.
Okay,
I just wanted to highlight that we need 487,000 in 2023 towards this project, and we don't have any funding, any money set aside for this project. So I realize that sponsorship and donations and whatnot are good for next year or the year after, but this year we need $484,000, 487, sorry.
Okay, that didn't answer my question though,
Sorry, can you repeat your question again, Sharon?
about how we would go about ensuring that we could fundraise or do something outside the box to make this happen.
We can look into it for future years if that's what council would like us to do, but I don't have an answer for that.
Well, I'm actually asking for the 1.3. I don't mind getting a loan for a short period of time for $500,000, and then we have a goal that we're gonna open the doors and have it paid off. That doesn't, and we don't have, there's no worry about the room to get the loan, Charter, Melissa?
No.
No, okay, so, and that was originally how we had planned anyway, was a loan, so. And are we able to use any of the funds currently that they did give us, a percentage of it? Because some of this is our engineering funds, correct?
We didn't get any funds yet. It's a reimbursement type loan. We have to put the money up front and then apply for it.
Okay, so how much money up front do we have to spend before we start getting reimbursed?
Sorry, say it again?
How much money do we have to spend before we start to get reimbursed?
There's no minimum.
There's no minimum?
No.
So if we spend 487, they'll start reimbursing us?
Yeah.
Okay, at what percentage?
Dollar for dollar.
Well, 100%.
Oh. Okay, so we don't really need 487,000 this year then?
Yeah,
We got
four
funds
hundred
cash.
eighty-seven thousand is our 26% portion.
Oh,
We
our
could only
26.
reclaim 67% from the grant. We have to give out 100% of the dollars, the expenses, and then we put the claim in, so they give us the provincial and federal portions back, but we still have to pay our own portion.
Okay, so we're actually spending quite a bit more than 487,000 on this project this year.
Yeah.
And sorry, just to interrupt, but
Yeah, go ahead.
Councillor Shannon just lost power. He just dropped out of the meeting.
Oh,
There's a thunderstorm happening, I guess wherever he is, so he's trying to get back onto his cell phone.
oh, okay. Can you just give me a heads up when he gets back on? Thank you, Eileen, for that. Okay, so we have the loan then that we're using for this project already.
No, we don't.
Okay, so how sizable of a loan would you like to go for so that we can fund the project?
Well, we need the 487, right?
For our portion, yes.
And then could we do the other part that get reimbursed? Can we do that like with an overdraft or something that we
Oh, we
pay back
only-
right away?
We only have an overdraft that's $1 million and this project's 5 million.
Yeah, that's my question, is that I think the loan should be quite a bit more because we're paying it out and then they're paying us back. So it's just a matter of having the loan there. And then is the loan that we want to consider then needs to be able to be paid in full at any time? There's no penalty for that?
So I'm gonna have to, inquire to Infrastructure Ontario if, they will allow that. I know they do have a construction loan that they'll allow you to withdraw it, like, as you're spending it, but I'm not sure if there's a stipulation in there about paying any back. I think they just take it at the end and put it into a long-term loan, all the amount that you've spent.
Okay,
I'm not sure about the reimbursements.
okay, so how are you expecting then to pay out what we need to pay out and then get the money back?
Is that a question for me?
Yep.
I'm not sure that's for councils, to provide staff that direction.
But how do we do that go ahead.
How much room do we have for a loan right now for the arena project?
We don't have a loan.
No, how much room, like availability, like say, what are we good for?
Oh, that's in the budget document. So we're good for payments and principal and interest payment of 479,000 for the year. We have lots of them. So they put it in for an illustration purposes. We could get a 20-year loan at 5% of 9,258,000.
So can we do a step loan or an open loan that, say we borrow the amount, the entire amount, so obviously we gotta keep putting it out, or say 50% of it. And then as we get it back, and then by the time the project is done, we've gotten all the money back, and the only thing that's remaining on the loan is what we owe, like our portion of it.
Yeah, I can for sure ask them for sure.
Because other than that, how are we gonna come up with those funds? You gotta front the money up front, I understand that, but that's, so that's a heavy number, so if we have the room to amortize it and do it that way, and then get it back, we're gonna get dinged a few points on the interest, but I mean, the job will be done.
And also I'd like to know if we're able to pay off our portion. Like if we're negotiating, like if they're giving us a loan for if this, say, project goes over 4 years. And I know that that we can find research with them that we only pay the interest on what's out. That would be imperative. And then if we could have an option that we can amortize, that we don't amortize, and then that opens us up to fundraise.
Yeah,
And then we can pay it off and we can show it like on a big
Yes.
thermometer that, hey,
Yeah.
this is,
So we need to know what our options are.
yeah.
and because it's that time like you were talking about.
Yeah, so we need to know our loan options, and then I'll leave it to the treasurer's discretion on how much that loan should be for the entire project.
Yeah.
What's the timelines? I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
What's the timeline, Melissa, between by the time we put the money out and come back? It's usually within like one term, like within 4 months or something, or?
Well, actually, I've put it in my claim for the airport project. I submitted that in December and I haven't heard anything yet.
Oh, wow.
Oh, and that's sitting on a loan right now for us? So we're paying interest on that?
Yeah.
Okay,
Frustrating.
okay, well, that's, those types of things we need to know at council table, because we can bring it up to the mayor's group, and then we can push that.
Yeah.
We can push that and say, and make a few calls, like, why is this taking so long?
Yeah,
Like,
we've
that
done
must
our
be significant interest. Is it? Oh, I'm scared. I don't even know. Not to put you on the spot.
Yeah, I don't have that information right now.
Okay. Yeah, we could definitely help in that way. Good question, Councillor Kistemaker, because that is going to affect our funds available as we move forward. Glad to see you back, Councillor Sheneman. We're sorry you got kicked off with your connection.
Thank you. Experienced that thunderstorm. It's something you guys could use a little bit of up there, some rain, so.
Yes, yes. I actually asked people today to pray for rain, and I was like, I haven't even enjoyed sunshine yet, so. Okay, we need more information. Does Melissa need more information on that part right now?
No.
No? Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, go ahead, Councillor Drake.
yeah, obviously I didn't know anything about the airport. I mean, that's what blows out of the water.
Mhm.
That's why I would say we can increase our budget by 4%, some of the unknowns, that's one. We have to really get a firm handle, please, on the next, if that's the case, if council decides for the arena. We gotta know that through a grant. It can't leave us in a limbo 6, 8, 12 months because we're gonna take a financial bath.
Mhm.
Not that we want to, but we won't.
Yeah, the potential's there, right?
Horrible. I mean, money out the window.
So as in the agreement and transfer payment agreement, the township confirmed that we don't have any cash problem, then we are able to provide that money up front. So we've declared that to the government that we don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, the money up front, but we do have a problem that we don't want to be paying interest on it, right? Like, is there, in the agreements, do they stipulate at how long, or is there timelines that they have to get the money back to us?
Well, I think that in circumstances in bigger communities, people would have money from reserves that they could draw from and take temporary loans from themselves to fund these types of projects where we don't have that type of money sitting in reserves to provide ourselves a loan to fund.
Yes, and my question was, in the agreements, is there any timelines put on the government to get the money back to us quicker?
No.
No, so that's another place that we can move, we can ask for those. Just like we did with our locates. Like, come on, especially if we see the funds, like I'm concerned about how much it is that we're paying, but. Okay, and if, again, for that item, if we need any more information, Eileen, you can bring it back and we, after your discussions with your senior management team. Okay, so moving on now, we're on page 81. And the bullet is the 25,000 transfer from capital reserve to purchase the columbarium, which we said we would do. I think that's a direct transfer. And is there a category that's coming out, or the entire, or is it just labeled capital reserve?
Yeah, it's capital.
Okay. Okay, next we have an additional long-term loan for Public Works Department capital items in the amount of just under 350,000. And the items are there. And these items were taken out of our capital budget or our asset management.
Hold on. So our asset management plan for our financial plan excerpt, the public works equipment for 2023 is scheduled to spend $24,604. Last year it was $72,974, which we hadn't spent.
Okay, but is that still sitting in the capital budget? What we didn't spend last year?
No, that's our financial plan.
The financial plan, okay. So currently we don't have any money in the capital budget for any of these items?
No.
And do we have any money set away for capital planning in Public Works?
We have $6,026 in reserve.
Okay. And currently, if we do a loan, will that adjust our figures of the budget we just passed at 4%?
No.
It won't?
It'll affect next year.
It'll affect next year's budget, okay. And but we're gonna purchase all of this year? Is that the plan?
Yeah, so we'll get the long-term loan this year, and then we'll purchase these items, and then the payment and interest will be in the 2024 budget.
Okay, I open up the floor for questions or comment from council. Go ahead, Councillor Stefanik.
Yeah, Mayor, through the Public Works, I'm looking at your list. I know it's all necessity, but if you have to prioritize which ones you have that you utmost need to have full operations.
First and the last one, sure.
I'm sorry?
First, the dump, rotor bowl chassis with the box, at least the dump box on it.
Okay, thank you.
And the sweeper would definitely, if we haven't started sweeping, because we need down again.
That was my next question. Okay. You have a standstill up there. Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay, thank you for your input.
So that was the dump truck at just under 100,000 and the sweeper at 45. Is that the two items?
No, the roller bowl chassis at 172,
Okay,
and the dump truck, if we don't use it, both, by the same time, would be half that value, 99, so it'd be 40.
okay, so the 172 though includes all those bullet points that are pushed in?
No, roller chassis separate from the rest, each other one's individual items.
Okay. Okay, any further questions from council? So if this is going to affect next term's budget, I think we need to know what our loan rates are, what that's gonna look like. Right now, I don't think loan rates are that great. We did, actually stop at the Ontario Infrastructure booth at FCM, and they weren't outrageous. I think they were around 4%. I'm going by memory, Dwayne. I don't know if you remember. But, and would this loan qualify under Ontario Infrastructure Ontario? To the treasurer?
Yeah, there's been a loan that we have through Infrastructure Ontario that was for the grader and for the rolling stock, the trucks that we currently have, so. that must be-
Are we able to combine those for a better rate or
No, we're not allowed to do that.
no?
No,
Okay.
I asked, a few years ago about our water treatment plant loan and we checked.
Okay. Councillor Span, go ahead.
Thank you. I was gonna look at, those are necessity. As Dwayne said, sweepers not functioning. Other items was brought up over last year to the entire council to look at the long-term loan, the actual cost per year. It's gonna be loan for 10 years, 15. I think it has to, the department cannot function without equipment.
Mhm.
It doesn't matter what quality employees you have, you will not function. And that's when the taxpayers get upset. So I think that this is one of the group, this is hardcore service. And we have to, I remember Council want to see it act upon. It has to be done.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Any further comments, Councillor Belinda Kissmaker?
Just looking at our equipment, we need new equipment. Just following it to work, we need new equipment. It shows.
I might, don't want to stress council out right now or give you a heart attack or anything, but my concern is that we've got a loan for rolling stock. We can't incorporate it. And then we're gonna piecemeal another loan. Do we actually go for a bigger loan and put it all together? Like what else is needed at Public Works? Like what's gonna come next year? Now, this is for next year's budget, but what's gonna come for the year after that? And when we look at our truck, we've talked about our rotating our trucks out. What else are we gonna need? So my recommendation to council is that we get a fuller report and we look at what the long-term prices are. Do we roll it out over as long as we can and go for more of what we need? Does that make more sense? Go ahead.
I fully agree with that, in theory. But the truth is, since 2020 to 2023, equipment, capital cost for equipment has almost doubled. And it's gonna continue. It's at a rate that is unprecedented and, not even close to being predictable. And, the quality of the equipment's not the same anymore. And what the Public Works supervisor, like Dwayne's talking about, is the most bang for your buck. He's basically getting a Swiss Army knife.
Mhm.
That you can just roll stuff off and on, and you don't have to buy separate pieces of equipment. So it's pricey, but to figure out, that's the biggest cost with it. I know what you're saying, Madam Mayor, but boy, oh boy, that'd be a tough one to ask. It's a tough ask. So we'd be borrowing too much, not using it, or be too little. That's a tough one.
And can we have an open-ended loan like that? Can we? Does Infrastructure Ontario have anything for that, for rolling stock?
I don't know about open-ended.
Like where we don't, like we use what we need
Yeah.
and
they're
then
line
just,
of basis.
yeah.
And yeah, and you're amalgamating and.
Well, we can't amalgamate the other loan, but it's, I believe that's the one that's coming due in 2026. Am I correct?
Yeah, rolling stock one. I think so.
Yeah. So if we can manage it from 2024 to 2026, looking at those payments that we're having and ensuring that we're covering what's needed. Because my concern is that we're gonna sit here next year and we're gonna have another $400,000 ask. I'm not sure. I don't know that, right? Go ahead.
I'm Mayor for, the Public Works Manager.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just like to mention, we shouldn't stack everything the same years, buying the same year equipment, because this, we're in the situation now, they're all bought 93, 94.
Yes.
And now it's all due at the same time. We just stagger them over multiple years, it'd be a lot better, I think.
100%.
Well, at the same time, next time I will be retired by then, hopefully, but it'll be the next guy's problem.
Yeah.
Okay, so do we have any other bigger equipment that we're looking at next year and the year after?
93 loader would be my next one. So,
And when's that going?
20 years ago.
Okay, so we do have a big, like, this is worth looking at. Go ahead, Counselor.
And, Dwayne, with the new equipment, have you looked into, like, 'cause I know exactly what you're saying, we did the same thing at Custom Maker, everything come do it once, and it's, yeah, the time change, there's no way to pay for it. This is like exactly what's happening now. But, instead of purchasing, have you looked at, like, is there options where we can lease with maintenance agreements?
I can look into that, I know there's available.
Yeah.
Also considering, quite often, like in the salt shacks, they use the loaders for 1 year.
Right.
You save like 100 grand, and it's only used 1 year.
They do that at the mill, they're something with 3,000 hours or less, and you're saving 6 figures easy. And it's just broken in.
Okay, so what's a year used loader at? Please protect my heart.
One that's, well, Dwayne could answer, 2,500 to 3,000 hours roughly. For,
Cost?
but for us, it probably wouldn't be that much, and for township. Doing 3,000 hours would not be much.
No.
And for us to put it in perspective, us, it would take what? We put 600 hours, not even 600 a year on it.
2015 grader, we just hit over 5,000 hours.
There you go. I'm comparing it to where it's being run 24/7 or at least 2 shifts a day.
Okay, so
So-
what is a well-used, 1 year used loader worth
Depends on what size.
ballpark?
Check into it.
Okay, are we talking, they're beating around it. Yeah, be it big bucks. 200,000 is that big bucks? 400,000?
Not cheap.
It would be less than that for smaller loader than second hand.
Looks like a 1 ton or something.
So we're talking somewhere under maybe 200, 250 possible.
Yeah,
Okay,
they're all expensive, yes.
okay, and you're looking at that next year,
In the next few years, for sure.
in the next few years?
Trying not to overburden everybody, 'cause I know it's a big investment. I'll have to be sooner or later.
Well, my concern is that if we don't, I'll come to you right after this, Counselor, is that I'll put the perspective out there of using a house. People buy a house, they get a mortgage, and they don't do any rentals on their house. Whereas if right off the hop, if they would have went and got the rental mortgage, did the rentals, got the mortgage, they would have it done. And then they can't keep up with their payments and do their rentals. So what I'm trying to say is that, do we look at the loan, look at what it would cost, and can we even apply for the loan and say, look, we're gonna apply for this loan, but we're gonna buy that loader at the end of next year, but it's all in the one loan. And we put them all there. Like, when we go for a loan, do we have to purchase everything the next day? I put that out to the treasurer.
I'm not sure, I'll have to reach out to Infrastructure Ontario.
Okay, and then it becomes staggered a bit, but then we have it over
Flexibility.
flexibility, because what's gonna happen is we're gonna end up in a situation we are like right now, where we have loan payments, we have interest payments, and then we can't combine them, and we know this is coming, so is this something we wanna look at now, where we spread it out longer?
Yeah, have more like an LLC set up there and just.
Yes,
You get some
if we can,
flexibility.
yeah, if we can do that, or we go for the loan where we cover these items and and then we include that bigger item in the future into it within, like, I'm not sure if the loan's open-ended, say for 18 months, they allow us to spend the money. I'm not sure. I don't know these things. And how quickly can we get this equipment, Dwayne, once we have the funds for it?
Have to double check on the coins again, because the coins changed again.
Okay,
We were looking at most years before. Maybe shortened up or maybe longer now, I'm not sure.
okay. Do we have any funds available while we investigate to us in a line of credit or some other funds to pay for the sweeper in the interim while we figure out how we're going to pay into the future? And I address that to the treasurer.
We have 140,000 in the capital reserve. And that would be about it.
Okay, and then the next question is, if we do buy something out of capital reserve, can we include that in a loan after?
Well, that's another question I have to ask.
Okay,
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Public Works Manager.
oh, go ahead.
Just to let you know, this week we should be back up next week. I'm just waiting on a part for a cylinder. Should have known when I'm back running again. Hopefully nothing else breaks on it.
Hopefully, but we have to get you a sweeper, like, we have to get the equipment, it's just, I'm trying to be wise here in the sense, like, let's try and get what we need over the next course, and we have these other loans coming up, and then just designating a certain amount of the tax base to public works, to the equipment, but this is what it costs to run a municipality for the services, and like Drago said, it's core, like, if we're not taking care of our roads and our water, that's basic infrastructure, right? Like, it's nice to go after the other items we're going for, but go ahead.
Doing the asset management, thing that you guys are going through, that should help in the future with the public works equipment, especially. So if we have a plan going forward on what's supposed to happen, what is going to, make or break you, it should make a huge difference. So to me, that, program that you're working on is very important to help us. And help us make decisions, what we're talking about right now.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm, Councillor Shannon, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had an informal meeting this week with a councillor from a township who just had a 34% rate increase because they did exactly what we're talking about not doing and addressing what needed to be done. And previous councils just kept putting it off, and they got to the point that it was either go bankrupt or take a substantial rate. So I think we need to, of course, we need to be prudent, but we can't bury our head in the sand and pretend it's not going to happen. So I agree with you that we need to find a way to be able to get the equipment that we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shannon. Councillor Stefanik, go ahead.
Yeah, going on Belinda's a bit and the workshops y'all taken. I'd like to have Dwayne prepare a list of all the equipment that he has, the year they were purchased, the state they're in currently, his recommendation when to purchase, what year, and approximate cost. I think then we can see the whole picture. As Councilor is saying, we have it here, we won't have it out until next year budget. It's gonna be the same situation. So if he has a list, but not tomorrow, but I'd like to see a whole list, year, which I don't know year purchase.
Just to interject, I do believe that we have that within the asset management. That's what's being built.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I wanna, I would be cautious to direct
No, I
Public
mean,
Works Manager's time to doing something we're already collaboratively doing, but I do, leave it to the Public Works Manager to answer first, to make sure I'm not mistaken. Counselor?
good, go ahead.
You probably do a rundown of basic what the cost would be between get 2 or 3 quotes from everybody, and there's no one what year I think they should be replaced in. It's hard when you're working with 30-year-old equipment, it's all past this due date, so it's say that one will change next year and the other one will go up. I don't know.
Go ahead, Counselor.
Desperately trying to get revenue and wherever we get from, brought to my attention that this Township of Chapleau is through you, Madam Mayor, Melissa, how far are we behind on taxes that are behind on paying taxes in Hornepayne?
How far are we behind?
Yeah, like how much money has not been paid, like a percentage?
Arrears, you mean?
In arrears, yes, sorry.
I don't know that off my top of my head, but when the auditors present next week, they'll
Yeah,
remember
okay.
of what it was at December 31st.
Well, no
I'll
shop.
say about 35 to 40% maybe.
Wow, that's a considerable amount. I know Chapleau had the same issue because their lumber industry, they lost a lot of they become almost a better community as well, like their big tax rates went down.
Mhm.
And people, they were behind and they hired a third party and it really worked out. I don't know if that would be feasible for us or not, but people have been asking that. This is some way to more actively get the revenue coming in, like just what's owed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
And they hired a third party
yeah, and
company to
supposedly
take care of
it's
it?
really done well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And how do you propose we find out that information? How would you like to go about it?
Somebody from here can call Chapel, see if it actually,
Yeah,
because I've never heard of a third party doing something like that before.
I know they do have a long-standing treasurer there, because I was talking to the mayor, and I think it's like he's got 25 years or so experience, so. Councillor Stefanik, go ahead.
Yeah, through you. Did we not have a tax company that can collect the tax arrears years previous? Yeah,
Oh, we did.
yeah. And it wasn't very successful.
It wasn't?
No, I just wanted to make sure that it was what we were
Well,
trying.
that's the thing, if it's not successful, then we're paying money for service that we're not getting.
They were getting percentage of the money that was coming.
Okay, I think for this, conversation, we'll move this discussion to another agenda though, about the tax arrears, and we can have a discussion about that. Go ahead.
And if the treasurer had something she wanted.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to add to the conversation that, that information for 2021 is in the budget package, and it was 25% at December 13th.
25%? What page are you on? I'm just gonna write it down.
It's in the financial indicators review.
Financial
That's
indicators.
appendix. Oh, I don't have the number in my book. So it's right after, it starts the annual repayment limit, and then the second one is the financial indicator review.
And we were at 25%?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so back to this item for Public Works capital items. I think I want to give a soft yes that we're going to do something about this, but I do want some investigation done. And thank you to the Public Works Manager for being able to prepare a short, I think if we look out maybe the next 4 years, and, but we don't want to reinvent the wheel if it's already work that's being done in the asset management area. And then we had, I'm not sure if the treasurer took note of the different questions we had about the loan.
Yes,
What we
she
were
did.
discussing.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna move that topic unless there's any further comments from council on that. Oh, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, the treasurer has.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I just want to clarify from council, so it's just the truck and the sweeper and no to the snow blower and ranger crew side by side?
Go ahead, Councillor Fitzmaker, Belinda.
I just want to bring up something, like, could we lease a roll pro chassis truck? And then when it comes to the attachments, we buy that, and then when we go to, could we sell the stuff afterwards? Or something along that basis to get what you need? You know what I mean?
And if the public works manager could speak.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I can't see anybody.
Road chassis truck is, those roll-off bins they have in the city?
Okay.
It's like that, and you pick up your dump box, you want to go to the dump box, you pick up your sander, you want to go for the sander. So it's just a chassis.
It's just a,
Cable and a winch holding up on top of the truck,
okay,
2 locks lock in the back and away you go.
okay.
Just trying to utilize the equipment to more than one use for one piece of equipment. So you're not buying a sander and a dump truck and a sweeper, even the sweeper attached to the front of the loaders, right? Just trying to utilize what we have instead of buying more equipment.
Okay.
So the sweeper that you have in here, Dwayne, that's actually an attachment for a loader?
That's correct.
Okay,
Attach on the front of our loaders to go sweep the road. It's basically it's a broom, dustpan, and a water tank on top.
okay.
A lot less moving parts and a lot less problems I'm hoping.
So, from the clarification that Melissa asked, from my standpoint was that I'm willing to actually go with what's on this list and also look at investigating further for these other items and look at one long loan, like to incorporate those. And if we're able to, if it's a loan that allows us, there must be some time where you buy the equipment, like you can't spend, well, some people can spend $350 in a day, or $350,000 in a day, I guess, but I'm just wondering if there's an amount of time that would be available, like if we got the loan, say, in November, do they give us till the following November to spend, to get all the equipment? So that would be one question to look at, and then that way we can include those other amounts possibly in there and what the rate is. Do we have any further discussion, any further comments on this? Or do we want to just go with the two? Counselor Stefanik, go ahead.
After listening to anybody's point of view, I think the entire list should be going forth and to see what the best loan we could get in the long term, because we don't want to be in that situation.
Mhm.
So let's do the whole thing, and then we'll worry about the rest with asset management when it comes in.
Well, I would like to see about, so you're saying just do this, let's get that loan and that's it?
To see, and we'll go whatever our equipment is needed in 25 and 26 and 27, 2028.
Yeah,
These are necessities, obviously, if you look at it very closely and follow public works around a bit. Those are things that need to function.
right.
I'm gonna rent a truck for a sander we need a sand in wintertime, and we need it badly, and to rent one, the cost would be astronomical to bring it here. And it's not rocket science, the cost would be too much for taxpayers.
Okay, thank you, Counselor. So I'm for getting a loan. My only caution is I just don't want us ending up in a place where we are right now, so we're gonna hold 3 different loans. They're gonna come forward, and then we're gonna be looking at getting another loan in 2026 or 2025 for a loader at the cost of $250,000. So that's my consideration. Like I don't know if we can do 2, like find out what the loan price would be for this amount, and if we're able to incorporate at least the loader that's coming, if that is that, I'm sorry, I can't see anything. I feel like I'm talking to my dog, or you're talking. Is that the first piece of equipment? Because that kind of put you on the spot here.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's probably gonna be the one, just thought about something too, my grader's actually $8,000, not $5,000. But after that, second loader, and then the last thing of the bunch will probably be the backhoe.
would be the backhoe. So, but that'll be out beyond, hopefully be out beyond the 5-year mark.
Should be a while, yeah.
It should be a while. Okay, I'm gonna hold you to that. It should be a while. But,
Find it tomorrow morning.
yeah. But, so council, do we want to get those 2 investigations done? We'll look at the loan, what we can get for this price that's right here, what those terms are, how long we can stretch it out. And really, is there a timeline to the treasurer that is more acceptable for rolling stock? Like how long you should apply for that? Do you know? I'm trying to
You're
think.
only allowed to get the loan for the length of the life of the asset.
Okay, so all of these things then do they have a similar life asset?
Yeah, well, I'll reach out to infrastructure.
Okay, okay,
Pages calling.
okay. Is everything okay, Counselor?
Mhm.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so do we have that consensus around the table for those 2 items? So we're looking at a loan to encompass everything
Yes.
that's on this list, but then a further loan to see if we can have extra funds to purchase the loader that's coming up in the near future. Okay. Okay. And now we're moving on to additional long-term loan for fire department capital items. And there's 3 items there. Do we have any questions or comments to begin the discussion with? Does the fire chief want to speak to anything before we start?
Miles, would you like to speak to anything?
There's 3 items here. One of them is a fire truck, $750,000. Originally, I'd said a few years ago that our fire trucks were good. The lead pumper was, well, unruly, or there were something that said that they can only be 25 years old. and operate as a lead pumper without, to go over that, you need the permission of the chief or sort of thing, right? So they said our fire truck was in good shape. It was only 12,000 kilometers, I don't know how many hours. Everything was running mint, passes its tests every year. So I sought out, I wanted to see that in writing. And I was told it's not in writing now. I was at a conference in May in Huntsville, and one of the things they talked about was exchanging their pumpers after 10 years for a lead pumper. So that, of course, rang alarm bells in my mind, and I inquired about it, and I was told that NFPA doesn't have no longer has a 25-year ruling or limit for a lead pumper. Their best practice is 10 years, 15 years max, and it's a best practice right up in one of the NFPA guidelines. And I asked about municipalities, Northern Ontario municipalities. I said I doubt that we're going to have Northern Ontario municipalities that have pumpers that are 10 years old and traded every 10 years. And you see other older pumpers like ours, or older, in Northern Ontario, so that's the way which pumpers are 25 years old plus. In other communities and communities are doing the best they can with what they got. And so that being said, I know that our pumper was, I believe that Heritage Canada gave us a grant for approximately $250,000 when we bought it 25 years ago. So I'm not one for grants or understanding much about that stuff, but I would not ask you for $750,000 right now for a new pumper. If I could keep this one going, you can apply to Heritage Canada to get another pumper, right? Mm-hmm. So I wouldn't be asking for a loan right now for $750,000 for a pumper. I would try to drag it out and keep this one going. The upkeep and maintenance, so we're starting to have a little bit more maintenance than usual for the pumper. So the rescue truck is always have maintenance constant all the time. The pumper, we're just starting to see the effects of age just now. I'm starting to put a little bit more money into it, but it's not very, I don't think it's a considerable amount. People that crunch numbers with equipment know a lot better than I would, but I don't think it's a big amount that we're putting into it right now, and it's doing fine. It's doing fine. So I don't think that's a concern. The renovations, the fire hall has been damaged by water for over 21 years. The interior has been damaged. The roof was fixed when last council took over 5 years ago, and it's been doing well. So I'd like the renovations to be done there now. That they need to be done. There's just no way around it. It's embarrassing. And then the SCBAs were down to 6. So when they started on as chief, I think we had 8 SCBA, and I started trying to buy the same SCBAs, and I couldn't. And I kind of lost track. I got busy with other things. But now they come and repair them, and we're robbing parts from our own SCBA. So we're pulling the worst of them out of service and using parts to keep ours going. And that's a problem that we have with MSA and learning with this conference. I just went to and speak to one of the fire chiefs. MSA is, they have a saying, you buy MSA, you're with them, you're married to them for life, because they don't have parts. They discontinue their parts quickly. They come out with new units often. And basically, when you change over, you have to change over it, and kind of stuck with that, right? Sort of thing. So the industry is also moving over to high pressure, longer lasting air tanks. And in order for us to do that, we can't piecemeal it and change over a little bit at a time. We have to change over everything in one shot And that's why the expense is so high at $100,000+, right? There's other options. We can go to low pressure system or continue with the low pressure system. But the industry is changing over to high pressure, and most people I talk to are at high pressure. The salesmen are selling high pressure. They're not even selling low pressure systems anymore. So if we go a little bit cheaper to low pressure system, we could be again outdating ourselves with whatever we get. So I'm looking at moving over to Scott's system, where Scott's is still producing parts for SCBA's that are back in 1990, like 37 years. They're still producing parts, so they repair these packs. So you buy 10 Scott packs, 30 years later, you're still fixing 10 Scott packs. You're not replacing all the time with new packs, right? There's other options, but it needs to be done. I need SCBA. I'm down to 6. I'm down to 5 that most people know how to use, and one old one from when I heard 25 years ago. We've got that one to stand by, and it's 6 is a good house fire. That's you need 6 people just working on it at a time, and we're supposed to have one for each person. So if we've got 20 volunteers, we're supposed to have 1 pack, right? So basically, by law, I'm supposed to send 10 of them home. I got 6 packs. We're down to we need to do something.
Okay. Any questions for the fire chief? Councilor Stanek, go
Yeah,
ahead.
so, through you,
Yeah, go ahead.
so this $103,000, how many would you get for $103,000?
That's for 10 packs. That's for 10 high pressure packs. $10 masks, and I believe the bottles come with it. So that came out to 90,000 plus tax was 103, I believe. It was a long time ago. I did those quotes 6 months ago.
And we would have 5, the older versions, you still use 5 then?
Yeah, so another company has offered me, MSA, they've offered me a credit of $4,200 for my 6 packs and 20 bottles. And I would keep them. I would keep them. I want AutoX like we are providing AutoX. I'd like to go on the highways in the future. When you buy me my other pumper, I'll keep my old one and we'll go on the highways with it, right? So these are just ideas and directions that I'd like to have, but I would not sell my 6 packs for $4,200 or 6 packs and 20 tanks for $4,200. A house should fire, you put that on the guys, you know what I mean? Like it's so important.
And
You
they're
get
still,
fire far away and start transporting air tanks, like it's just.
so 10 new packs, 6 ones that I currently have that are usable in your opinion,
Yeah,
we'll give you 16 then.
yeah,
Thank you.
I don't know for how long.
Yeah,
but-
I understand. 10 for sure,
Yeah,
so the 6, they could juggle, as opposed to juggling
them.
now.
I would keep them.
No, I respect it. Thank you.
Councilor Kistemaker, did you have a question?
No,
Okay.
not yet.
So how many would you actually prefer to have?
And
No, you'd want more than 10.
I don't have room for more.
Okay.
I would put 10 on the trucks. I would keep the 6 old ones in the basement.
Okay.
Big fires like out at the mill, or you think your mill fire, you send people back to pickup trucks to load up extra packs, extra hose. We have bolt hose that we've got stored in the basement. You're gonna send somebody to pick up trucks to start loading all the old stuff, and you're gonna use everything.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And we were looking at doing this with a loan, and there's no funds available currently that we could take. We only have that 150,000 you told me about in capital.
Yeah, we do, no, this is the fire department reserve, but no, we don't.
Okay, do we have any available in reserve? Counselor Kissmaker, Belinda, go ahead.
Just trying to think outside. Have you ever talked to like, the M&R or where they might buy their, when you're talking about their packs and stuff, but they probably use the same thing you're using, right?
I don't
Or
believe
bio-
so. I don't believe.
You don't
they
think
use
so?
any of
Okay.
that.
So it's totally different.
Firefighting is very different from structural firefighting.
Okay, so when you're looking at these things.
Yeah.
You're actually just looking at anything related, like what Marathon does, what White River does, whatever. For
So
getting these things, right?
all I did at the beginning was, I called a few salesmen and got their input and got their prices. Some were in Alberta, some in Sudbury, some in Ottawa. And then I spoke to a few chiefs at the last conference just recently, which kind of really changed my perspective. And I would do more homework. I want to do more homework. Because if I go to high pressure, now I'm told like my compressor might be an issue. So I can do it. Instead I can do it, but am I gonna cook my compressor doing it?
Okay.
You know, my compressor kicks out at 47 and I'm pumping 45. Right now I fill all my tanks at 47 and I've got a cascade system that fills my bottles. But if I'm pushing 45 into my bottles, that compressor's not going to stop the fire, right? So I'm inquiring to see, can I turn up the valves? Can they change the valves? Can they give me more? Am I going to cook my compressor? Do I need a bigger compressor? And if I go to low pressure, which is what I have now, they're shorter time bottles, which is fine. We don't have a lot of fires. We don't have a lot of big fires. You know what I mean? Like, we can make do.
This is where you need them.
Yeah, and it's the industry's changing over. We spend money in low pressure, and we're left behind in the dust. Then we got to turn on and change to high pressure in a few years, or then they just don't exist anymore. Right? So, trying to keep up with times.
Okay, so really at the 103, you, go ahead, Counselor Sheneman, before I speak, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For the SCBA, I would believe that would be something that we could do a fundraiser for, because that's something that is a compassion thing that would be very easy to, I think it would be relatively easy to get people on board. And I would certainly volunteer to head that up for the SCBA units.
There's other options also. I just want to let you know, I haven't looked into them very much. There's options for used SCBA's around, I got some quotes at 55,000 for used. I don't know the age of them. There's other departments that just scrap their SCBA, and again, you're picking up old. There's no guarantee, no promise, right? There's lots of other options. The option I gave you is just new ones, no headache, high pressure. They're not top of the line. They're not fancy. You know, there's no RoboCop stuff going on with these things. It's just decent priced, high pressure packs. Keeping up with the times. So.
Counselor Kistemaker, Peter?
No, just agree with what the fire chief is saying. Something that important, I wouldn't even consider secondhand.
Well, I think and what I'm glad Counselor Sheneman spoke, I do agree with you, Ted, that there might be opportunity here to find some funds. We can reach out to CN again and look at maybe possibly getting another check there. And I would stand behind you, Ted, in any letter, campaign writing, or anything that you would need from me. But I do think we should commit as a council for a number that we're going to stand behind regardless if the fundraising comes through or not. And I'm not a fan of going for used equipment. I don't want to put used equipment on people that are risking their lives for other people's lives in our community. I just don't want to go there. So that's my thoughts on the breathing apparatus. And I think we should go a little higher than the 103 because those quotes you said were 6 months old.
I'd like to come back to you with another number, like this is just original, this was a ballpark payment over from November and December, and the prices have not stopped changing, he said in the past. For us, in the fire services, the past year and a half, they're just going up 10% every 3 to 4 months.
Okay. Well, I think that tonight we should look at a number at about 150 for this round, okay? And then that gives you a bit of a budget to work with and understand where you're going.
Yeah.
And then we commit to a fundraising program headed under Councillor Shedeman.
Mhm.
But in the background, we will have to understand the loan rate or where we can get those funds from, Melissa, to move this forward. On the fire hall renovations, I want to revisit the NOHFC grant because we were talking about it not being applicable to office and administration, but would it be applicable to fire hall?
So potentially there could be some renovation, so I
Okay.
would agree with, having another meeting, maybe with NHFC and Miles with the ask, and see if we can maybe get some funding there.
Okay, because the other thing I thought of after we had that discussion, and thank you for bringing that up, Stacey, at the last meeting, I went back and looked, and it's like, it says office administration, but can we look at, safety for our front door, like that entrance, making it a safe space? Can those types of improvements be caught under there? And then this is the one building?
We can ask.
Okay. And then that might, and then the other one too was, because what we're looking at, Miles, just to, you weren't privy to the conversation, was that currently there's a fund available for 200,000. And I'm not sure if we found out the information, if it's 220 is our 20%, or is it within the 2,000? Okay, anyway, it's around 200,000, but if we were to get funds, then it would be less than the 70,000 that we would actually pay. Because we only would be good for 20% of that amount, whatever we could qualify for. So the other thing that I was wondering, I asked in the meeting, was the scope change if we have to, because the library would be included under the NOHFC, that community center grant that we're talking about. Are we able to improve this library even though it's in that other funding scope? Okay, just really like if they, like we're gonna still be there, it needs to be windows in that space. And then if it was, could we update our washroom to be accessible? Under those two, so we're not renovating offices, we're renovating a fire hall, we're renovating a library, so we're making the library accessible, renovating a washroom that everyone uses, which will affect some offices.
So the only thing I would caution is if you're gonna go to HFC, I would do the fire department, meeting first, have that like into the budget this year. And, cause those would be two different grants, right? So if we had to make two different applications, we want our priority to go first.
Okay, oh, we couldn't do it under one because it's a municipal building?
No.
Oh,
Well, no, because we can't do a municipal building. So the fire department, we would go as a fire hall, and we could even ask if, because rolling stock is considered in some of the things, so maybe we could just ask what would be available for the.
I could buy a
Okay.
rescue truck for the other 150.
okay, calm down, okay, calm down first. We're getting renos and we're getting apparatus first. Okay, so why don't we do that? Why don't we have a meeting? And then in the meeting, you can ask about if we can include, like, what would be the best approach to do the application? Like, if they know that we want to do further items within this building. And if we even can for the library. And can we apply twice to that in 1 year, or is it every year, or how does that work?
We can always put another one.
But they won't, like, it's
not guaranteed. It's
Yeah.
competitive, right?
I guess what it might, sorry, let's rephrase the question. If we were to apply this year and be successful, then we can apply again. It's not a one-time, success. Okay. Okay, so how does that sound, Miles?
That sounds great.
How does that sound, Council? Go ahead.
Yeah,
Councillor
thank you.
Stan.
You just final to the fire chief. So you would be quite solid with 10 units, and you would be on solid ground, you're saying.
Yeah, I spoke to a fire marshal's advisor, just a few weeks ago anyways, and I asked him that question, how many do I need? I have a quote for 10, how many do I need? But my quote for 10 is individual quotes, and I said, I want 10. And he said 10. He said, we need 2 to go in, 4 to go in, 2 on standby on RIT, and then you need another team to rescue RIT, and then you need IC and your pumper operator, you need 10. Yeah, you have to have 10. It doesn't make sense to go.
Thank you for the information. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so our last item on these bullet points is, or is that one included with the 4%? Okay, I was like, I think we discussed this. Okay, that was it. So I'm wondering if at our next meeting, for what we've discussed, if we can get them put into resolution form of what we asked for the reports and list it out, and then that way we're ready to go. It is budget considerations.
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna give one final call to budget. And then we're gonna pass a full like that in the full form. Okay, right on. Perfect. Okay, council, where are we here? 7:47. I'm committed to a break at 8 o'clock, okay? And I do want to get it through a bit more here. We'll try and go through our action items. We have some support resolution and public awareness day. So 9.1, if I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Peter Kistemaker, second by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby authorize municipal staff to participate in Hornepayne Public Awareness Day, which will take place on Friday, September 15th, 2023 at the Royal Canadian Legion from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Any question or comment on that? No, and I think it's your wife, Lorraine, that runs this, Councillor Spanik?
Last time I checked.
Yeah, great. Okay, I'm glad to see it up and running. Okay, and those in favor? And that is carried. None opposed. Okay, the next item is 9.2, and I think you wanted to speak to this, Eileen?
Yeah, I just wanted to let council know that in that link in the attachment, there's the ministry has a comment period from May 17th to June 16th, should council wish to participate.
Okay, and at this time, I'd like to remind council you only have till tomorrow about the RFP process as well. Okay, 9.2 is the Ministry of Senior and Accessibility. Seniors Month is June. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Drago Stefanik. I didn't want to laugh out loud, but yeah.
You go ahead.
Yeah, I know. You can laugh at me one day. We're gonna second by, Councillor Peter Kistemaker. Whereas Seniors Month is an annual province-wide celebration, and whereas seniors have contributed and continue to contribute immensely to the life and vibrancy of this community, and whereas seniors continue to serve as leaders, mentors, volunteers, and important and active members of the community, and whereas their contributions, past and present, warrant appreciation and recognition, and their stories deserve to be told. And whereas the health and well-being of seniors is in the interest of all and further adds to the health and well-being of community, and whereas the knowledge and experience seniors pass on to us continues to benefit all, therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby proclaim the month of June Seniors Month and encourages all citizens to recognize and celebrate the accomplishment of our seniors. Any comment on the motion? I put that to a vote. Those in favor? And that is carried. None opposed.
Mayor,
go ahead.
I just wanted to mention to council that 9.4 and 9.5, Councillor Sheneman actually just pointed out that the resolutions attached have been flipped. So for 9.4, it's going to be the 9.5.
Okay.
And vice versa.
Okay.
Sorry about that. We will fix that for our minutes for the next meeting.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Councillor Sheneman. Good eye. So 9.4, but the title's correct, right? It's just the.
Yes, the
Okay.
titles, I mean, it could be either or, but yeah, I would just read the rest.
Okay, so 9.4 is the National Chronic Pain Society Opioid Crisis, and we'll go down to 9.5 for the actual motion. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker, second by Councillor Peter Kistemaker, whereas the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne received correspondence from the National Chronic Pain Society, who are seeking assistance to help patients suffering from chronic pain from becoming addicted to opioids. And whereas the Ontario College of Physicians and Surgeons is targeting community pain clinics by requiring the use of ultrasound technology in the administration of nerve block injections by licensed physicians. That will increase the time it takes to administer the nerve block and therefore reduce the number of patients a physician can see in a day, which will result in more people who suffer from chronic pain to turn to opioids to alleviate their pain. And whereas the Ontario Health Insurance Plan, OHIP, is proposing without any consultation with pain management, medical professionals, or their patients to reduce coverage for several vital healthcare services, including a drastic reduction to the number and frequency of nerve block injections a patient can receive, which will force chronic pain clinics to shut down, putting a greater strain on family physicians in emergency rooms. And whereas by reducing the number of nerve block being administered, many patients looking for pain relief will turn to overcrowded emergency rooms, opioid prescriptions from doctors, or opioid street drugs. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby support the National Chronic Pain Society's request that the Government of Ontario maintain OHIP coverage for the chronic pain treatments and continue to provide much needed care for the people of Ontario. Be it further resolved that this resolution be forwarded to the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, Sylvia Jones, Ontario Minister of Health, Michael A. Tavolo, Associate Minister of Health, Mental Health and Addictions, Michael Matha, MPP, Algoma Manitoulin, and the National Chronic Pain Society. Any discussion on that motion? There being none, I put that to a vote. Those in favor? And that is carried, none opposed. So now we're at 9.5, the Porcupine Health Unit request climate change, and the motion is up on 9.4. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Drago-Stefanik, second by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker. Whereas the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne received correspondence from the Porcupine Health Unit dated May 8th, 2023, seeking to expand actions against climate change throughout northeastern Ontario. And whereas public health and climate change are closely intertwined, and climate change is a critical issue that requires urgent action at the local level. And whereas collaboration between municipalities and public health can help identify and mitigate risks associated with climate change, including heat-related illnesses, air pollution, flooding, and the spread of infectious disease. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby form a partnership with the Porcupine Health Unit, which will be mutually beneficial and help to ensure that our communities are well prepared to meet the challenges of climate change. Be it further resolved, Council does hereby authorize the CAO clerk to represent the Township of Hornepayne for the purpose of collaborating with the Porcupine Health Unit to discuss opportunities to adapt and mitigate climate change impacts. Any discussion on the motion? I just have one question. Did we know how many hours that would be the commitment for this? And I do apologize, I did not have time to thoroughly read it through.
I don't believe that they mentioned that yet. They just wanted to see if they wanted to ask if they could have a contact person pretty much and start the conversation going.
Okay, great. Well, it might fit into our well-being plan as well. So, okay, so if there's no further comment or discussion, I put that to a vote. Those in favor? And that is carried. None opposed. Okay, on to, what time do we have? 5 more minutes. Okay. I'm at 9.6. Thank you. Okay, Northwestern Ontario Municipal Association, NOMA, Boreal Caribou Protection Order in Ontario concerns. And if I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker, second by Councillor Drago-Stefanik. Whereas the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne received correspondence from the Northwestern Ontario Municipal Association, NOMA, who are seeking support to advocate for Northern Ontario caribou conservation and requesting that the Ministry of Environment Canada consult with stakeholders and Indigenous communities on this matter. And whereas in April 2022, Canada and Ontario signed a 5-year conservation agreement for boreal caribou, and Ontario pledged $29 million investment to implement the agreement, which was supported by NOMA. And whereas the federal government is abandoning the process after 1 year and offering a potential recommendation to the federal cabinet on the protection order on provincial lands in Ontario for boreal caribou, which would result in devastating and irreversible impacts on northwestern Ontario. And whereas northwestern Ontario's economy relies heavily on the forestry and mining sectors, and people across the north rely on these industries for employment, and a protection order would result in devastating impacts on Ontario forestry mills, which would result in many lost jobs. And whereas Ontario could see a reversal of the progress made in establishing First Nation-led forest tenure agreements, where forestry and First Nation communities share resource management responsibility and benefits from the forest. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council, the Corporation, the Township of Hornepayne does hereby support Northwestern Ontario Municipal Association, NOMA's request that the Ministry of Environment Canada consult with NOMA stakeholders and Indigenous communities for the conservation of Northern Ontario caribou. Be it further resolved that the Council supports NOMA's request that the Government of Ontario and the Government of Canada honor the 5-year agreement and their promise to consult with Indigenous communities, municipalities, industries, and practitioners before taking further action, and to conduct a range boundary review for caribou. We have further resolved that this resolution be forwarded to the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, the Honourable Stephen Guilbeault, Minister of Environment and Climate Change Canada, the Honourable David Piccini, Minister of Environment, Conservation and Parks, the Honourable Greg Whitford, Minister of Northern Development and Minister of Indigenous Affairs, the Honourable Patty Haiju, Minister of Indigenous Services Canada, Carol Hughes, MP, Oklahoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, Eric Milio, MP Kenora, Marcus Pulowski, MP Thunder Bay Rainy River, Kevin Holland, MPP Thunder Bay Atikokan, Lise Vogos, MPP Thunder Bay Superior North, Michael Mantha, MPP Algoma Manitoulin, and Northwestern Ontario Municipal Association, NOMA. Any discussion on this motion? Councillor Spanik?
I think it's a good motion. I mean, I've been hearing about this now for the last 15 years. I was in council that the mayor from Perth was very adamant about the caribou and the impact we'll have on the lumbering industry. He always spoke highly of that, and he's still working on it. I'm glad still it's enough fronts to see the government actually do the right thing.
Yes, and I back in the day when I was on the LCC as the secretary, we were talking about this. So this is 20 years ago, and all the work that's been done that could just be flipped over in 1 year, like just gone. So I did have a conversation with a few people about this, and I strongly support it. And I would even like to reach out. I'll reach out to Ian Dunn from the Industry of Forestry Association Ontario to ensure that we're supporting all the forestry industry. Those are my comments. Any further comments? There being none, I'll put that to a vote. Those in favor? And that is carried, none opposed. Okay, so we're going to stop there because it is 7:59. We'll take a brief 10-minute break. And we can let Michael know that Jen, please. Okay, great. Okay, so we're back with council. We're just, as we're all coming back, we can continue on with the information only package. Is there any comments from council on that package? Anything that you want to discuss in there? Or Eileen, did you have something?
Yes, I just wanted to give council the latest update in regards to the forest fire, the Wawa 3 fire. This is the latest update from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, MNRF. The size of the fire is approximately 6,500 hectares. The fire is approximately 66 kilometers away, which is the most accurate reading to date. And the fire is blowing north/northeast. And at this point, the ministry has assured us that there is no imminent threat to Hornepayne as of right now. And that's that.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that, just for council's understanding, we have had 2 full meetings now. We have another meeting scheduled tomorrow for the CCG. And actually 3 meetings, because we had the first one on the phone for the CCG, right?
Today was the second, tomorrow will be the third. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Oh, right, because that's when we called it.
Yeah.
Have the first meeting. Okay, so we're just at the information only package, and if there's, I'm finding a mover and a seconder, and then we can further comment. Moved by Councillor Peter Kistemaker, second by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that the Council of Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby acknowledge receipt of the correspondence information only package attached to the agenda of the regular meeting of council held on Wednesday, May 31st, 2023. Any comment on that package? I do want to highlight item 10.3. And was wondering if anyone from the municipality would be able to join the webinar from IESO. This affects directly our cogeneration plant, and we've been advocating on their behalf to extend their agreement to an 18 megawatt. So I'll highlight that. I am going to attend, so I encourage any councillor to attend that. And that was all my comments. There's no further comments. I put that to a vote to accept, acknowledge receipt. Those in favor? And that is carried, none opposed. Okay, committee board updates, council committee updates. We'll go around table. Councillor Kistemaker Peter?
I have nothing to add.
Nothing to report. Okay. Councillor Ted Sheneman?
We have a hospital general meeting scheduled, I guess another 2.5 weeks, and that'll be, I guess, the big thing in budget and finish the budget and be able to know the direction for next terms. Thank you.
Okay, quick question on that, Councillor Sheneman. Are they holding their AGM in July? Or is that the
June? Yes, in June.
It is
I
the
believe,
AGM? Okay.
yes.
Okay, are other people, residents allowed to attend the AGM?
Yes, pre-registered, I believe it is. I do believe there was a notice sent out, but I can check that and get back to you, Madam Mayor.
Okay,
I do believe it was. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Belinda Kistemaker?
I don't have anything right now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Drago-Stefanik?
Yeah, thank you. We held a PHU finance meeting last week virtual. Upcoming meetings I have is for Health Unit Board of Health and also the library board meeting that it's coming as well. Thank
Okay,
you.
great. Thank you, Councillor. For my updates, I did attend the FCM conference. I was there from Wednesday until Monday morning. I extended the stay one night in Thunder Bay. I had a very difficult time sleeping in Toronto. I'm not sure why. I've stayed at the Royal York many times. And thankfully, I did extend my stay because that was all the meetings we had on Monday. I would have been hard to get a hold of in a vehicle. So I don't know how many people I talked to Monday night on the phone between the OPP and different people informing us of our community. And on the way home, I ended up doing an interview in the Beardmore Council's chambers, which was nice. I saw Eric Rutherford, who was a past councillor and a past president of Ontario Good Roads. So we do have a picture together. I will make a shout out eventually here. I haven't had time yet. And I just wanted to thank him for that and their hospitality. And further to the update, just of the support that the municipalities around us have been giving us. So I've been reached out to by Mayor Dupuis from Matisse, Mark Wright, CAO of Greenstone, actually a couple of times, Tara Anderson Hart from White River, we've talked a few times now, and Beverly Natil from Duberville. So, and then of course, I'm missing one. Who was the other? Anyway, there was one more that reached out, and they were all communities in our area. So, and everyone's feeling the same. They're concerned and they're worried, and the initial onset on Saturday or on Monday with the smoke across the region, that was anxious for everyone. So coming up for meetings, I would like to announce too that the HHC did go through the hiring process for a new administrator. So that'll be announced on Monday. We were able to go through the interview and find somebody, and we'll sign up the contract on Monday and make an announcement. And what further do we have? Oh, and then I will be traveling to Good Roads in 2 weeks, and then I'll be going to NOSDA, which is the group of the ADSABs that meet in Thunder Bay. And I'm really hopeful because the 3 ADSABs, Thunder Bay, Cochrane, and Timmins, are right now in Ottawa doing delegations on trying to get further support from the federal government to match the housing dollars that are through our ADSABs. So we're going to get an update about that. So that might be good for our ADSAB if we can get matching dollars. That might see more housing for our community or all of our area. So, and on our next meeting, you'll have my full list of meetings from May. Okay. And moving on, we have new and other business is the schedule of meetings for. First we have a reschedule of meetings for June 14th. If I can get a mover and a seconder, then we can discuss. Moved by Councillor Peter Kistemaker, second by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of Township of Hornepayne does hereby reschedule the regular meeting of Council from Wednesday, June 14th, 2023 to Wednesday, June 21st, 2023 due to a scheduling conflict. And I looked to all of Council. Are you okay to make that switch?
Yep.
Yes, okay, we have, go ahead.
Mayor Ford, can I just mention to council that there will be 2 meetings back to back those 2 weeks, 21st and 28th. Just a heads up.
Yeah.
But those will be the only ones for June, so.
And we did discuss, like, we can't put them together because it would be way too long together, right?
I think it would be.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to put that to a vote. Those in favor? And that is carried and unopposed. Okay, 12.2, go ahead, Belinda.
Just, the event that's going on in White River, that's the 27th, the Tuesday?
Yes, yeah.
Is that the whole day schedule again?
It's,
Or is it just in the evening one?
it's from 2 to, there's one at 2, the standard of care training.
Okay.
And then there's the,
The
fire
one that's
essentials at 6.
6:30 or something.
Oh, yes, 6:30, yes, you're right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I just wanted to make sure that was still happening.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And I will be driving over that day, or I will be looking for a ride, but of course, we can't have more than 2 councillors in a vehicle. So remember that if you're making travel plans. Okay, we're moving on to 12.2. So we have to decide between 2 meeting dates, and then this will come back for motion at our next meeting.
Mhm.
Okay, so we have a list of Tuesdays and Wednesdays. There was a conflict for some members of council to have Wednesday night meetings. So we proposed the Tuesdays as well, and they also are listed as Tuesdays in our procedure bylaw. So I guess the first question is, do we want to go with Tuesdays or Wednesdays?
I'm myself, sorry, I'm having conflict with Tuesdays and Wednesdays. It doesn't seem to matter for meetings, they're either those 2 days, so It's whatever you decide on, I just have to make it work somehow.
Okay, okay, are they the exact same time too for you? Like it
Yeah,
just-
or now they're changing them to 5 o'clock instead of later, or it's just, yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, just, it doesn't matter, just make it work.
Okay, any other comments to,
Either way from you is okay.
okay. Counselor Sheneman, do you have any weigh in on this?
Either is fine with me. Thank you.
Either's fine, okay. And Counselor Stefanik?
Fine, thank you.
Either way is fine as well?
Yeah.
Okay, well, why don't we follow our procedure bylaw and go with Tuesdays? And then we can revisit that, and then that way we're following a document we created. Okay, so if we can bring back Tuesdays, and then when we look at the Tuesday list, is there any conflicts on that list, council, that you foresee right now that we can make the adjustment before the resolution comes back, or the motion?
July 11th, I'll be able to count for that one.
July 11th,
Yeah, I won't
okay,
be around.
okay. I'm wondering, does August 15th coincide with AMO?
No, I'm aiming with 20th to 23rd.
20th to the 23rd, okay. Okay, October 3rd. Okay. The only one that I might not be there for, but we can leave it as such, is September 19th. I may be out of town at the end of September, so. Okay, if there's no adjustments, we're good with those dates. Okay, then we can bring it to council as such.
Okay.
Oh, Ted, I didn't ensure you're good? Okay. Thank you. Okay, so we're moving on to bylaws. And this is the voter list management services agreement. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker, second by Councillor Drago Stefanik. Be it resolved that the bylaw number 2007 being a bylaw to enter in a voter list management services agreement with Comprint System Incorporated, doing business as DataFix, to provide an election management system, EMS, for the 2026 municipal election be hereby read a first and second time and be considered read third time and finally passed. When we had our agenda meeting, I had a few questions about this because this is our, they're going to keep our voter list updated, and we wanted to see if there was, I can't remember all the questions we had talked about for that item, was ensuring the contract was going to extend out. Were they going to release us because we paid for the election services this time, but it was at a lower fee?
Yeah, so we looked into, I remember one of the questions was, what was the original price?
Yes.
And what's the difference between this one? So the original was 3,000 and it's now 3,700, but we need to take into account that they're, like, this is accounting for inflation, right? Like, this is 3,700 now, and they're giving us this price to pretty much, like, we don't know what the price will be in 2026 if we don't do this now, and we just do it in 2026. I don't know if I'm explaining it correctly, but.
No, that's right.
So yeah, this is the best way to go at this point. That's my recommendation, and the best cost savings.
And were they going to give us any savings this time around if we don't have an election, like we did this past time, or we have to pay in full?
I'm gonna if that's okay with council,
Yeah.
the treasurer.
Yeah, for sure. Go ahead, Melissa.
So there was 2 agreements that we had for the election. One is for the voters list, and the second one was actually for the e-voting and the telephone voting. So that's 2 separate agreements. So this one is just for the voters list, and regardless if there's an election or not, staff still has to maintain that voter list and send it back to MPAC after, even though there is no election. So this portion is just strictly for the voters list.
Oh, okay. Okay, so this is strictly for the voters list. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm still not clear, and not very clear at all, actually. What was the cost for the last election where there would be a full-blown election did not occur? They gave us a quote. I still don't know the actual quote and what they actually charged us. I asked a question back in December. I still didn't get the answer.
Okay, well, we can find out the answer because I
Yeah,
think
for next meeting is fine. Please, I don't want to put you on spot, but I did ask the question and I did not get an answer.
But this might be the time to get the leverage of, if they are two separate, is that we are buying into, is it the same company?
Data fix, it,
The other one's
Seidel, yeah.
Okay, so they're not the same company?
Yeah, they work together.
Oh, they work together? Okay, so I'm wondering if we leverage that and say, look, we're looking at signing on for this list, and what can you do for us next time for the e-voting?
And I think the previous CEO did reach out to them, and if I remember correctly, they weren't giving us a discount for this year, but they were talking about giving us a discount for the next election. But I
Good time to
don't
discuss.
quote me on that, but I think that's what was worked out.
Okay, so do we want to follow up on that, council? So that we can tap into it now to know? Because by 2026, I think we're gonna lose the momentum from this election. Do you think so, Tritter, Melissa? Or should we leave negotiating right now?
No, we can, we'll get the information back to council to make an informed decision.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, and your recommendation is that we go ahead with the 3,700, and then that'll be expensed out of which year? Out of 2026? When do we pay that?
Again, the treasurer.
Okay.
It's over 4 years. It's $925, I believe, each year.
Over 4 years, okay. And I would assume that this is covered somewhere in our budget that we're already looking at?
Actually, no, I don't have this in the budget. I could add it in.
Okay,
We do have, we didn't expense it from our election reserve last year. It was paid, through our regular budget. We didn't tap into that, so we probably just put in 925 and then 925 from the election reserve. Councils will share that.
yeah, okay, yeah, I'm okay with that. Councillor Shannon, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In that document, 10.2 says customized on-site training. DataFix can provide customized on-site training at a rate of $2,500 per day plus tax. What would constitute a need that we would have to have that, the customized on-site training?
Okay, and who would that best go to for answer?
This is within the agreement, right? I'm
Yeah.
just going back to it, sorry.
10.2.
I'm not sure. I'd have to look into, the treasurer can speak to this?
Okay, go ahead.
We didn't, get any customized training or in 2022. We just, went with the basic package that they were providing. We didn't need any additional training.
Okay, we don't foresee needing any additional training because this is for the voter list, right? Okay. Does that satisfy your question, Councillor Shannon?
Yeah, only partly, I think, because it really doesn't tell us who would deem. Would they deem that we needed customized training and say, gosh, now you need customized training and here's a $2,500 bill? It would be, I would like to know what would constitute to demand or to make a need to have that training. What would be, what outside of our regular service would constitute a need to be further trained?
Go
The
ahead.
treasurer can speak to that again.
So that
Yeah.
So in that document, there is customization that's in the definitions under J. So it's a customization means the selection of a specific change for voters list or any of its additional events based on functionality optional models made by the client in order for the client to meet its desired goals, and where the change is client specific and unique to the client and where additional fees are applicable. So we would probably have to ask for that.
Thank you.
there's a further definition at D for training, customized and in person.
Okay, and it's requested by the client. Do we see any big change to voter view?
I don't think so.
No? Any further questions? And your recommendation is to go forward with the,
With with this one, yes.
Yeah.
With the agreement.
okay, then I'm gonna put the bylaw to a vote. Those in favor? And that is carried, none opposed. Okay, we're going to be going to a closed session, but we are going to pass, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to add some additional information in regards to 12.2, the proposed council meeting dates.
Okay.
The fire chief did just mention that that Tuesdays are fire practice nights. So I know that it might be a bit noisier. The practice is loud, if that will affect your decision to move forward with Tuesdays.
Yeah, that would definitely affect our decision, because what if they need any kind of room down here for training or anything, right? I don't wanna be,
I know
I
in the
didn't-
past, I believe there was complaints about us making too much noise, and we tried to be quiet, and you guys finally moved your meetings to Wednesdays.
okay. Okay, well, see there, so now we need to put two things, so are you good with Wednesdays? Let's go with the resolution come on Wednesdays, and then when we update, no. And then can we update, the next time we do our update to our procedure bylaw, that we change it to actually say Wednesdays and not Tuesdays? Sounds good? Yes, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, can I just change it to not have a specific day and just say at a day of council's choosing?
Yeah, we could do
Then I
that.
don't have to.
But we should put a note in there
Yeah.
about fire practice. So this doesn't happen again for whoever's sitting in the seat in 3 years
Fair.
or 4 years.
I
Okay.
just want to say,
Yeah.
We're going through it again. Are there any days that I should make note of if multiple people can't attend? Because we did do that for the Tuesdays.
For the Wednesdays, but it's just the next Wednesday over, right? The next day over?
Yeah, so I know, Counselor Peacemaker couldn't make it to the July 11th, so July 12th, would you also be away for that?
Yes, the whole week I'll be gone.
Yeah, I'll definitely be gone the 20th now. So Counselor Deputy Mayor Peacemaker, you will be chairing that meeting. Fun. There you go. Yeah, you can't be away. Not allowed. Okay, so we got, we passed that bylaw, and then we were moving to, I need a past 10 o'clock. If we can do that, council, because we are going into a closed session. We do have 4 items on that closed session, and I don't want to have to come back out of the closed if we're wrapping up right close to 10 o'clock, if that's permissible to council. And we'll pass that. Put that on the floor now.
Okay. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby agree to extend the hours for its regular meeting of Wednesday, May 31st, 2023, past the hour of 10 p.m. in order to complete its duties if required.
Okay, and if I can get a mover and a seconder for that. Moved by Councillor Peter Kistemaker, second by Councillor Drago Stefanik. And I put that to a vote. Those in favor? And that is carried, none opposed. Okay, so now we're moving on to our closed session. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please to move into closed. Moved by Councillor Peter Kistemaker, second by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that the next portion of the meeting at 8:35 p.m. be closed to the public in order to discuss personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, a proposed or pending acquisition or deposition of land by the municipality or local board, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board pursuant to section 239(2)(b), (c), and (k) of the Municipal Act 2001. Those in favor? And that is carried. Okay. Okay, if we can get a mover and a seconder to return to open, moved by Councillor Dragos Spanik, second by Councillor Peter Kistemaker, be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne is hereby returned to open council at 10:57 PM. Those in favor? And that's carried, none opposed. So business arising from the closed session for the public, we did have 4 items. We dealt with a staffing item, a staffing update. There's nothing further to discuss there. And a service proposal, nothing further to discuss there. We will bring it back to council at a later date. And correspondence, it is a matter that we'll look into further at a further council meeting. And I have the adjournment, if I can get a mover and a seconder for our confirmatory, moved by Councillor Peter Kistemaker, second by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that the bylaw number 2008 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council at their regular meeting held on Wednesday, May 31st, 2023, be hereby read a first and second time and be considered read a third time and finally passed. Those in favor? And that is carried, none opposed. And adjournment. Moved by Councillor Dragos Spanik, second by Councillor Peter Kistemaker. Be it resolved that council does hereby adjourn this regular meeting of council held on Wednesday, May 31st, 2023 at 10:59 PM. Those in favor?
You can't tell if Greg wants to go.